IEEE desk. That actually means that when we start one here, we can always be able to collaborate in research. And that one does not go alone without memorandum of understanding and memorandum of action. So Dean, from our side, we make sure that we have the memorandum of association and the memorandum of understanding with all the universities who are running engineering and computing, so that we can be able to call on our colleagues and we grow together with them. Mr. Rector, we are also in collaboration with MasterCard, and MasterCard has given us a number of scholarships that we need to explore, and mostly these scholarships are in science education. I would also want to invite colleagues here that if you have those students who have qualified in their A-level and want to do a course in science education, please encourage them to apply so that we can be able to explore those scholarships and they can be able to learn with them. The scholarship is a full scholarship which has got accommodation and fees. But as of yesterday, we had not yet concluded on issues of meals. So it doesn't contain the meals, and the meals are going to be provided by the individuals. But at least when somebody holds for you, you can easily be able to push. With that, Mr. Rector, we are very grateful that you have given us opportunity as management to enable us host a number of conferences, and among them, this is one, and we hope we shall continuously explore these opportunities and collaboratively grow into the field of research, innovation, and publication. Thank you very much. I submit.
Another round of applause to our dean. To our academic registrar, mashallah. There are many actionable points he has already put on the floor, arising out of this symposium. And I'm sure we're going to follow them up, and inshallah, we will benefit from all these endeavors. Thank you very much, academic registrar. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed scholars here, participants in your different capacities, we're moving forward, and in our midst, we have the head of the delegation that has come from Tokat Gazio Manpasa University. We have an associate professor. He completed his undergraduate and doctoral studies in the field of computer engineering. Throughout his academic career, from research assistantship to associate professorship, he has conducted research, particularly in the fields of deep learning, artificial intelligence, computer vision, medical image analysis, CNN architectures, hyperparameter optimization, and AI-based decision support system. He has also contributed at his university strategic initiatives in digital transformation and artificial intelligence as the coordinator of artificial intelligence and digital transformation under the Rectorate. Our associate professor has published numerous scientific articles in international peer-reviewed journals. His studies include research published in reputable Q1 journals such as Applied Soft Computing, Engineering Applications of Artificial Intelligence, Expert Systems with Applications and Applied Acoustics. His main research interests particularly focus on CNN-based module development, deep learning-based segmentation, brain tumor classification, medical image analysis, and hyper-optimization using meta-heuristics algorithms. As a principal investigator in several TUBI TAC-supported and national funded projects, he has led applied research projects, and he has advanced technologies with artificial intelligence and smart university systems. His academic productivity and project activities have been recognized through TUBI TAC publications, incentive awards, and project awards and academic achievement awards. We are really privileged and honored to have in our midst Associate Professor Dr. Oskan Inik. You are here. We welcome you to make your remarks, sir. We are indeed privileged. Another round of applause.
Selamun Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatuhu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sayın Rektör Yardımcılarım, Sayın Dekanlarım, kıymetli akademisyenler, değerli araştırmacılar, sevgili öğrenciler ve çok değerli misafirler, Tokat Gazi Osman Paşa Üniversitesi ve AYU işbirliği ile IEEE Section kapsamında düzenlenen Isades Sempozyumuna açılışıyla sizlerle bir araya gelmekten büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Hepinizi şahsım ve üniversitem adına sevgi, muhabbet ve hürmetle selamlıyorum.
Honorable Rector, distinguished guests, it is a great pleasure for me to come together with you at the opening ceremony of second International Symposium on AI-driven engineering systems, organized in cooperation with Gazi Osman Pasha University and Islamic University in Uganda under the scope of IEEE. On behalf of myself and my university, I respectfully and warmly welcome you all.
Bugün burada yalnızca bir bilimsel etkinliğin açılışını yapmıyoruz. Aynı zamanda iki üniversite, iki ülke ve iki akademik çevre arasında kurulan dostluk köprüsünün somut bir sonucunda hep birlikte şahitlik ediyoruz.
Today we are not merely inaugurating a scientific event, at the same time we are witnessing a concrete outcome of the bridge of friendship established between two universities, two countries and two academic communities.
Geçtiğimiz yıl Tokat Gazi Osman Paşa Üniversitesi olarak Erasmus kapsamında AYU'ya bir ziyaret gerçekleştirdik. Yapılan bu ziyaret hem benim için sadece akademik bir görev değil, aynı zamanda unutulmaz bir dostluk, kardeşlik ve misafirperverlik oldu.
Last year, as Tokat Gazi Osman Pasha University, we paid a visit to IU within the scope of Erasmus program. For me, this visit wasn't only an academic duty, but also an unforgettable experience of friendship, brotherhood, and hospitality.
IU yönetimi akademik personeli ve öğrencileri bizleri büyük bir samimiyetle karşıladı. Burada gördüğümüz ilgi, nezaket ve güçlü ev sahipliği anlayışı, iki kurum arasında kurulacak işbirlikleri için çok sağlam bir zemin oluşturdu. Bazen akademik işbirlikleri resmi yazışmalarla başlar, fakat kalıcı olan işbirlikleri çoğu zaman samimiyetle, güvenle ve ortak ideallerle güçlenir. Uganda ziyaretimiz de bizim için böyle bir anlam taşıdı.
The administration, academic staff, and students of IIU welcomed us with great sincerity. The kindness, courtesy, and strong sense of hospitality we experienced there laid a very solid foundation for future cooperation between two institutions. Sometimes academic collaborations begin with official correspondences. However, lasting collaborations are often strengthened through sincerity, trust, and shared ideals. So our visit to Uganda carried exactly this meaning for us.
Bizleri bir araya getiren en önemli değerlerin biri de hiç şüphesiz kardeşlik bilincidir. Kur'an-ı Kerim'de Hucurat suresinde Estağfirullah innemel müminune ihvetun, müminler ancak kardeştir. Peygamber Efendimiz Hazreti Muhammed sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem de müminlerin birbirlerine karşı sevgi, merhamet ve dayanışma bakımından bir beden gibi olduğunu ifade etmiştir. Bu anlayış sadece manevi bir birliktelik değil, aynı zamanda ilimde, eğitimde, araştırmada ve insanlığa faydalı hizmetlerde de ortak hareket etme sorumluluğudur.
One of the most important values that brings us together is undoubtedly the consciousness of brotherhood. In the Holy Quran, in Surah Al-Hujurat, it is stated, إِنَّمَا الْمُؤْمِنُونَ الْإِخْوَةِ, the believers are but brothers. Our Prophet ﷺ also stated that believers are like one body in terms of love, mercy, and solidarity towards one another. This understanding is not only a spiritual unity, but also a responsibility to act together in knowledge, education, research, and services that benefit humanity.
Bu nedenle TOGÜ ile IUIU arasındaki işbirliğini yalnızca kurumsal bir protokol olarak görmüyoruz. Biz bu işbirliğini ortak değerler, ortak hedefler ve insanlığa fayda üretme gayreti üzerine inşa edilen bir kardeşlik zemini olarak değerlendiriyoruz. İlim, sınırları aşan evrensel bir değerdir. Bilimsel çalışmalar ise farklı coğrafyaları, farklı kültürleri ve farklı tecrübeleri aynı masa etrafında buluşturma gücüne sahiptir.
Therefore, we don't regard the cooperation between Togo and IUIU merely as an institutional protocol. Rather, we consider this cooperation as a ground of brotherhood built upon shared values, common goals, and the effort to produce benefit for the humanity. Knowledge is a universal value that transcends borders. Scientific studies have the power to bring different geographies, different cultures, and different experiences together around the same table.
Bugün açılışını yaptığımız Isades Sempozyumu, işte bu ortak iradenin ilk önemli çıktılarından biridir. Bir fikir olarak başlayan bu süreç, görüşmeler, heyet çalışmalarıyla, karşılıklı emek ve gayretle bugün uluslararası bir bilimsel organizasyona dönüşmüştür. Bu yönüyle ISIDS yalnızca bir sempozyumu değil, TOGÜ ile IUIU arasındaki akademik işbirliğinin güçlü bir sembolüdür.
The Isades Symposium, whose opening we are holding today, is one of the first important outcomes of this shared will. This process, which began as an idea, has turned into an international scientific organization through meetings, committee work, mutual effort, and dedication. In this respect, Isades is not merely a symposium, it is also a strengthening symbol of academic cooperation between Togo and IUIU.
Sempozyumumuzun ana teması olan yapay zeka odaklı mühendislik sistemleri, günümüz bilim ve teknoloji dünyasının en önemli çalışma alanlarından biri haline gelmiştir. Yapay zeka artık yalnızca bilgisayar mühendisliğinin sınırları içinde ele alınan bir konu olmaktan çıkmış, mühendisliğin hemen her alanda dönüştürücü bir güç olarak yerini almıştır. Bu nedenle mühendislik sistemlerinin yapay zeka perspektifiyle yeniden düşünmek, geleceğin teknolojilerini anlamak ve geliştirmek açısından büyük önem taşımaktadır. Akıllı sistemler, otonom yapılar, kestirimci bakım, görüntü işleme, doğal dol işleme ve veri analitiği, karar destek sistemleri ve dijital dönüşüm gibi alanlar artık mühendisliğin merkezine yer almaktadır. Isades Sempozyumu da bu alanlara çalışan araştırmacıları bir araya getirerek bilgi paylaşımını, akademik tartışmayı ve ortak çalışma kültürünü güçlendirmeyi amaçlamıştır.
The main theme of our symposium, AI-driven engineering systems, has become one of the most important fields of study in today's world of science and technology. Artificial intelligence is no longer a subject considered only within the boundaries of computer engineering. It has taken its place as a transformative force in almost every field of engineering. Therefore, rethinking engineering systems from the perspective of artificial intelligence is of great importance for understanding and developing technologies of the future. Fields such as intelligent manufacturing systems, autonomous structures, predictive maintenance, image processing, natural language processing, data analytics, decision support systems, and digital transformation are now at the very center of engineering. The Isades Symposium aims to bring together researchers working in these fields in order to strengthen knowledge sharing, academic discussion, and a culture of collaboration.
IEEE kapsamında düzenleniyor olması da sempozyumun bilimsel niteliğini ve uluslararası görünürlüğünü arttıran önemli bir unsurdur. Bu çatı altında sunulacak bildirilerin, yapılacak tartışmaların ve kurulacak akademik bağlantıların hem araştırmacılarımıza hem de kurumlarımıza önemli katkılar sağlayacağına inanıyorum.
The fact that this symposium is organized under the scope of IEEE is also an important factor that enhances its scientific quality and international visibility. I believe that the papers to be presented, the discussions to be held, and academic connections to be established under this framework will make a significant contributions both to our researchers and to our institutions.
Bugün burada yapılacak her sunumun, kurulacak her temasın ve yapılacak her tartışmanın gelecekte yeni projeler, yeni yayınlara ve yeni iş birliklerine kapı aralayacağına inanıyorum. Bu vesileyle başta İslamik Üniversitesi'nin Uganda yönetimi olmak üzere bu işbirliğinin gelişmesine katkı sunan tüm akademisyenlere, düzenleme kuruluna, bilim kuruluna, IEEE sürecine emeği geçen herkese, bildiri sunacak değerli araştırmacılara ve katılım sağlayan tüm misafirlerimize içtenlikle teşekkür ediyorum.
I also believe that every presentation delivered here today, every contact established, and every discussion held will open the door to new projects, new publications, and new collaborations in future. On this occasion, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the administration of Islamic University in Uganda, to all academics who contributed to the development of this cooperation, to the organizing committee, to the scientific committee, anyone who contributed to the IEEE process, the distinguished researchers who will present their papers, and all our guests participating in this symposium.
Ayrıca Tokat Gazi Osman Paşa Üniversitesi adına AYU'nun hem geçen yıl hem de şu an bizlere göstermiş olduğu samimi ev sahipliği ve bugün de devam eden güçlü işbirliği anlayışı için şükranlarımı sunuyorum. İnanıyorum ki bugün burada attığımız bu adım, ilerleyen yıllarda ortak projeler, ortak yayınlar, akademik değişim programları, çalıştaylar ve yeni uluslararası etkinliklere daha da güçlenecektir.
Furthermore, on behalf of Tokat Gazi Osman Pasha University, I would like to express my gratitude to IUIU for the sincere hospitality they showed us both last year and at present, as well as for their strong and continuing spirit of cooperation. I believe that the step we are taking here today will be further strengthened in the coming years through joint projects, joint publications, academic exchange programs, workshops, and new international events.
Sözlerimi tamamlarken bugün buradaki sempozyumumuzun başarılı, verimli ve hayırlı sonuçlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Bilimin, kardeşliğin ve ortak çalışmaların bizleri daha güçlü bir geleceğe taşıyacağına olan inancımız ifade ediyor. Hepinizi saygı ve muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
As I conclude my remarks, I wish the Second International Symposium on AI-driven engineering systems a successful, productive, and beneficial outcome, with my firm belief that sincere brotherhood and collaborative work will carry us towards a stronger future. I respectfully and warmly greet you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Indeed, the pleasure is ours, the honor is ours. Another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. We indeed are bridging communities, alhamdulillah, by this collaboration, by having this symposium. And inshallah, we pray that Allah will increase us and advance us in knowledge. Amen. I would also now, at this juncture, would like to invite our chief guest. He's none other than a senior academic and university administrator. He is holding a PhD in economics of the Islamic University in Uganda and Masters of Arts and Economic Policy and Planning of Makerere University. He is one of our own, an alumni of the Islamic University in Uganda. He has served in several academic and leadership positions. He has been the acting Vice Chancellor of Equator University of Science and Technology, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, both at the Islamic University in Uganda and also at Zanzibar University, where he also served as the Director Center of Postgraduate Studies. He is a renowned academician and researcher and has published widely. He is none other than our Vice Rector in charge of academic affairs, Dr. Jamil Sedwanga. Please join me in inviting him to make his speech and his remarks and to officially open this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Director of Programs or the Master of Ceremonies. Our dear guests, all the way from Turkey, Professor Özkan, Professor Tugut, we have Professor Omar, Dr. Jasmi, and we have deans and directors here, the HODs, and the University Secretary, and see the PRO. all members are present at this second symposium of the International Symposium on AI-driven engineering systems. I want to take the honor on my behalf and on behalf of the rector, staff, students, and the entire community of the Islamic University in Uganda to welcome you all to this symposium. I'm standing before you on behalf of the rector of the Islamic University in Uganda, Professor Ismail Simbwa Jagenda, who is with us spiritually, although physically is not here. Is out of the country on official duties. So I'm going to deliver his speech at this second symposium of the AI-driven engineering systems. Before I read verbatim the speech by the rector, I want really to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and as the vice rector in charge of academic affairs, I want really to welcome the team, the visitors from Tokalt. I know a number of us here have visited, and there's a terminology which is US has mentioned here, or when we are in the boardroom there, that we are visitors. Professor Medina, those who have visited Tokalt under Erasmus project, maybe you stand up instead of, at least it is healthy to stand up. And the same or the same, don't forget. And this side, nobody? Dr. Rima, we have not. AR. Now we are taking stock. So, Professor, you can see those who have visited Tokalt. And it is really a great experience for us. And I hope through this collaboration, we are going to make arrangements to have that high-frequency visit between the two institutions. And today, we are really honored that we have a daily flight, the Turkish Airlines. I think it is on a daily basis. So in the morning, twice, a week or a day. A day, you can imagine. So in the morning, you can have a symposium here, in the evening in Tokalt, and at midnight, you are back here. So, and with this AI and whatever, it's really a great opportunity. To me, as Vice Rector in charge of academic affairs, this is a landmark, and it gives me a high-level esteem. And I will live to see that all protocols signed here are implemented. As we move forward, especially with the collaborations, I remember one time we visited a number of universities in Pakistan, and we went to one university. And for them, they said, for us, we don't sign MOUs. We do actions. If you have an activity, let us put it into action. So our collaboration here must be put to that level of action. We have a director of endowment, Professor Dr. Hatim. I think collaboration is part and parcel of the endowment. And we thank university management that we are going to get an officer who is going to be on a daily basis monitoring up and downs of these MOUs. And we publish our progress maybe on a weekly basis so that we can really take leverage. So those have been my words, but now I resort to the verbatim presentation of the speech by the rector of the Islamic University in Uganda, Professor Ismail Simbwa Jagenda. distinguished representatives of Tokat Gazios Manpasa University, Togo, esteemed officials from the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, distinguished researchers, academicians, industry leaders, development partners, the staff of IUIU, participants from other institutions, students of IUIU and other institutions, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the Islamic University in Uganda for the second International Symposium on AI-driven engineering systems for the edition 2026. On behalf of the University Council, management, staff, students, and the entire IUIU community, I extend our warmest greetings to all participants joining us from Uganda, Turkey, and the other various parts of the world. This symposium marks an important milestone in our academic journey and reflects our unwavering commitment to promoting research, innovation, and international collaboration in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We are particularly delighted to host this event in partnership with our esteemed collaborators, Tokat Gazios Manpasa University in Turkey, and the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, who support and the engagement of this symposium and continue to strengthen the global impact of this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather at a defining moment in human history, and we see that artificial intelligence has rapidly evolved from a specialized research field into a transformative force that is reshaping industries, economies, and societies. Across the world, AI is revolutionizing engineering systems through intelligent automation, predictive analytics, smart infrastructure, autonomous systems, digital manufacturing, sustainable energy solutions, healthcare technologies, and advanced communication networks. As universities, we have a responsibility not only to contribute to these technological advancements, but also to ensure that they are developed and applied ethically, inclusively, and sustainably. AI presents extraordinary opportunities, but it also raises important questions concerning governance, privacy, accountability, security, and the future of work. It is therefore essential that researchers, policymakers, industry leaders, and educators work together to guide AI development for the benefit of humanity. The International Symposium on AI-driven engineering systems, the 2026 edition, provides an excellent platform for such engagement. Over the next 2 days, as we shall be here, participants will be sharing cutting-edge research findings, discuss emerging trends, showcase innovative solutions, and explore collaborative opportunities that can accelerate technological development and address, this is underscored, and address real-world challenges. I encourage all the participants to actively participate in the technical sessions, panel discussions, and networking activities. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the hosting of this symposium by the Islamic University in Uganda is a testament to the strong and growing partnership between IUIU and Togo. This collaboration, established through our memorandum of understanding and memorandum of agreement continues to generate meaningful academic exchanges, joint research initiatives, staff development opportunities, and knowledge sharing platforms. We are deeply appreciating Togo's commitment to this partnership and look forward to expanding our collaboration in areas of mutual interest. Similarly, we are grateful to the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers for its invaluable contribution to advancing engineering knowledge and professional excellency worldwide. The involvement of IEEE in this symposium enhances the quality and the global relevance of discussions that will take place in this symposium. At the Islamic University in Uganda, we recognize that innovation is central to national, regional, and global development. Through our Faculty of Engineering and Technology and other academic units, we remain committed to producing graduates equipped with the skills, competences, and ethical foundations necessary to thrive in the fourth industrial revolution. We continue to invest in research, digital transformation, and strategic partnerships that position our institution as a leading center of excellency in higher education and technological innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands at a unique crossroad with a youthful population, expanding digital infrastructure, and increasing technological adoption. The continent possesses immense potential to leverage AI for sustainable development. AI-driven engineering solutions can help address pressing challenges in areas of agriculture, healthcare, energy access, transportation, environmental management, education, and industrial productivity. The discussions and collaborations emerging from this symposium will contribute significantly to unlocking these opportunities and accelerating socio-economic transformation across our region. As we explore the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence, let us also remain guided by the values of responsibility, integrity, equity, and service to humanity. Technology should not merely advance efficiency, but it should advance human well-being, social justice, and sustainable development. I therefore call upon all participants to use this symposium not only as an avenue for presenting research findings, but also as an opportunity to build lasting partnerships, mentorship, develop innovative solutions, and contribute to the shaping of future technological driven societies. Before I conclude, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, our international partners, sponsors, presenters, reviewers, volunteers, and all individuals whose dedication and hard work have made this symposium possible. I wish all participants fruitful deliberations, productive networking, and an enriching academic experience during this second international symposium on AI-driven engineering system. With those remarks, this is the rector saying, I therefore officially declare the second international symposium on AI-driven engineering systems, the 2026 edition, officially open. Thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
officially open. Takbir. Takbir. Takbir. Thank you very much. Our rector, represented by our vice rector in charge of academic affairs, Dr. Jamil Serwanga, we appreciate. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed scholars, we are moving with our program, and right now we are going into one of the key events of the symposium. We're going to have a keynote address. Our chief guest, it's really a pleasure that in our midst here to give the keynote address, we have a researcher, an academician, and an IEEE volunteer working in the areas of photonics, optical communications, microwave engineering, artificial intelligence, and photonic integrated circuits. He is currently serving as the head of engineering department at Isades University in Kampala, Uganda, where he is actively involved in teaching, research supervision, innovation, engineering, education, leadership. He received his PhD in electronics and communication engineering from KL University, with research focused on photonic crystal-based devices and integrated photonic technologies for future optical communication networks. Dr. Mayur Kumar Chipa has delivered numerous keynote and invited talks at both international and local workshops and IEEE events across Africa, Asia, and on topics related to photonics. His research contributions include publications in IEEE Access, Optical Engineering, Springer, and other reputed international journals and conferences. He's an active senior member of IEEE, MTTS, IEEE Photonics Society, and Regional 8 Africa Coordinator, and Vice Chair of the IEEE Uganda section. In recognition of his contributions to photonics research and education, he is named among the Photonics 100 by Electro Optics in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed scholars, our participants, let us join hands in inviting Dr. Mayur Kumar Chipa to come and give his keynote address. We are really honored, we are privileged to have an esteemed scholar in this symposium giving us the keynote address. And maybe it is going to be on screen, so I invite you to join this side of the auditorium so we can follow. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremony and Honorable Rector Sir, and the members of IUIU University and also from Tokyo University. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be giving this keynote address. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Mayur Kumar Chipa, Head Faculty of Engineering at Isades University, and also the Vice Chair of IEEE Uganda section. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to be here and presenting some of my research work. And I believe that I'll make it easy way to make it present so that all of us in this room will be familiar with the photonic technology, and we shall be able to see that even after this, how we can collaborate and we can work together if you find some interest in this presentation. So this is my email address also, you may note it down, and then we can see how we can even collaborate after that. And I believe, as a Honorable Registrar said and Honorable Rector said, we shall be having soon and maybe a student branch of IEEE at IUIU campus also, so that our young engineering students at IUIU can also be benefited with IEEE, and a lot of events can happen even at this campus and also to the Kampala and other campuses of IUIU as well. So in this talk, I'll be talking about the integrated circuits, that how we had this electronic integrated circuits, and those of my colleagues and students or scholars are in the field of having a background of electronics engineering could have been familiar with integrated circuits, how we are using it in our day-to-day life, and then how there is a need of the photonic integrated circuits, and then we shall be able to see that how those devices can be designed in terms of multiplexers, demultiplexers, those who we really see in our day-to-day life, and also how we can integrate them, and lastly, what is their applications which we are working on the photonic integrated circuits, and lastly some applications which we are doing at Isades University. So when you can see that integrated circuits usually came during that year of 1950s, when you can see there was a you can say evolution in the field of electronic industry which happened when the transistors came actually and becomes worldwide popular, as in the field of, you can see from the silicon transistor become so popular in terms of the mobile phones to the TV screens to the today's mobile communications. Everywhere we are going to have those transistors and all the technologies. But over the period of time, you can see that as number of transistors, we talk about the VLSI technology in the today's time, the number of transistors on every year is getting doubled. Projected by the founder of Intel says that every second year number of transistors are getting double on a single chip. And today's time, we have reached even to the 10 trillion transistors on a single chip. Now where the future is getting ahead, where are we going to see those transistors technologies, that how we can integrate those many transistors on a single chip, and what is going to be the future of those integrated circuitry. So this is what you can see, that number of transistors you can see over the period of time, and people are saying by 2036, since the transistor size has already reached to the nanoscale, what should be happen in the future. And this is where we are talking about now in the today's time, that how we can have those the photonic integrated circuits which are very small in size and can also so how we can have the solution for this, and this is what I'm talking about today, that how it is even helping in the today's time as well. So this is what we are talking about now, to the photonic integrated circuits, and this photonic integrated circuits are changing the field of the semiconductor technology. Why are we saying that it is changing the field of semiconductor technologies? Because they are very small in size and also already existing technology in terms of the photonic crystals. So you can see that technology came somewhere around 1970s, but you can see they are equivalent to they are optical equivalent to the electronic ICs. So you'll be able to see in the next future of time, you'll be able to see by 2013, 2035, you'll be able to see those processors working on the photonic integrated circuits as well. So this is what you can see, that they are high speed rates, and also they are small in size, reduced power. And this is what I'm talking about today, that how this talk of photonic integrated circuit is related to the AI technologies. Because you need to talk about today's time, I believe all of us must be using AI tools. Very basic one is all about the chat GPTN. And what are we doing? On daily basis, if you're not getting something, we go on chat GPT and find something. Even we ask as a student, write a letter, they go on chat GPT, write a letter to the vice chancellor saying approval for the leave. How are we basically using those technologies? But another way you can see that these technologies we are running on the large language models, and they also need to run on the different servers, and they consume a lot of power. And this is what we don't talk about actually. So when you look at for the silicon photonics, it's always started during, you can see from 1959 up to now, a lot of companies have been involved in this research, apart from Intel to the, you can say Luxtera, Intel Towers, then also you can see from Rockley Communications. So very many companies have been involved to talk about silicon photonics. Now I'll be showing you one of the slides that how the photonic integrated circuits have been already incorporated in the data centers, so that they are small in size, the power consumption is low, instead of having those electronic semiconductor where the consumption is high, the power consumption is high, data rate is a bit slow, and it takes huge power consumption also. So this is what we're talking about now to the photonic integrated circuits, which allows the transmission at the high speeds for optical carriers, and also it has a lot of materials, not only about just the silicon. It can have like silicon dioxide, lithium bionate, gallium arsenide, indium gallium phosphide. So what happening actually with silicon semiconductors? It's only based on silicons, but this photonic integrated circuits can allow you to have a wide variety of materials as well. And this is what you can see that the answer I'm talking about today, which all of us can see in the today's time, this AI-driven world, everyone is talking about to use AI to implement the large language models. But end of the day, what is going to be happen that in the integrated photonics is the next generation disruptive technology critical to meeting size, because we need to talk about the chip, which is very small in size. Secondly, a lightweight. Third thing, the power as well. So the solution for the electronic semiconductor what we are having is all about the photonic integrated circuit, which is going to perform the goals of many diverse applications. The key benefits is the 50% less mass and the power, 100 times small size reduction, and the higher bandwidth and the data rates. No cost redundancy and transparent to the modulation format, versatile and scalable. And this is where the world is heading towards to the next technology or the next disruptive technology in terms of the photonic integrated circuits actually. And this is where we are working from past 7 to 8 years in the field of designing those integrated circuits. And you can see the advantage is that it can have a combination of, it can have an integration of active as well as the passive devices, and this is where we are looking forward for it actually. But now when you're looking for the size of the chip, now you can see on the slides on the top corner, you can see the size of the rice or the size of the grain. That is the size of the chip actually. So that is very small in size, somewhere at the micro scale to the nano scale, and this is where we are designing those kind of chips actually. So what you can see, this the current integrated circuit chips face pressure from the data search in terms of big data, IoT devices, even for AI, causing the bandwidth bottlenecks and slower data transfer. Fortunately, the progress in the photonic integrated circuit offers a transformative architecture using light signal instead of electrical signals, potentially addressing the growth data demands. And that is where the need of the today's time, instead of electrons, let's talk about now to the photons, because how we have an optical fibers change the entire world. How we used to have the coaxial cables or the transmission lines, now we're having optical fibers changing the world. But again you can see the challenge is still everywhere is not about optics. Still we have electronics and combination of optics, and I believe in the next future is going to be all about the photons, either in terms of optical fibers and also to the integrated circuits, which is going to be the photonics integrated circuits. And you can see here that how we have the electronic circuits. Most of us who are in the field of electronics must be using those embedded systems, must be talking about the semiconductor ICs. They have been incorporated multiple components on a single platform, and that's what we call it as a integrated circuit. How we can have those kind of the photonic integrated circuit, this is what we have done a work, where you can find that we can have an optical fiber connected with the splitters, couplers, filters, optical switches. They all can be incorporated on a single chip. And this is where we can design those, the photonic integrated circuits. So this is how actually the photonic integrated circuit looks like. It has the input to the output ports, how we have on our electronic chips. And apart from that, it has the different types of waveguides, different types of optical bands, optical filters, and apart from that, it has maybe waveguide structures. So this is where the advantage of having the photonic integrated circuits. But as a scholar now, suppose in this room we have some scholars, we have some faculty members, they think that how even I can involve in this, how I can contribute to designing maybe the photonic integrated circuits. And this is where I'm going to take you 2 or 3 slides to tell you the history that how this concept of the photonic crystal based integrated circuit becomes so popular now these days. As you can see that the photonic crystals somewhere started in 1887, and then it came the 2-dimensional and the 3-dimensional somewhere in 1987, and this is where people started talking about the photonic crystals. It means that, I don't know how many of you are still aware that in optical fiber, you have this core and cladding concept where the light travels in the core, and because of the cladding interface, it won't go to the cladding side. But apart from that, is there any way where the light can propagate without less losses? And this is where the concept of the photonic crystal comes. In this, the periodic structures, a particular wavelength of light can propagate without less losses actually. So it was given by the Lord Rayleigh in 1887, talking about his paper published in the magazine that you can see here, Journal of Science, talking about on the maintenance of the vibration by forces of double frequency and on the propagation of waves through a medium endowed with a periodic structure. So apart from optical fibers, there could be another medium where a particular wavelength of light can travel, and this is where the concept of the photonic crystal comes now, where apart from optical fiber, all the other electronic components can be replaced now with the photonic integrated circuits, so that when everything becomes photonics or everything works on photonics, it will be easier for the data transmission and the speed will be very high. And this is the concept behind to the photonic integrated circuits. And this is somewhere you can see the physical review letters published 2 papers in 1987 for the 2-dimensional as well as the 3-dimensional photonic crystals. And this is where after 1987, and you can see a lot of people have done trying to do a lot of research in the field of photonic integrated circuits, and that's what we can see in the today's time, how the people are already using those technologies. And you will be surprising to see that the photonic crystal comes from the nature. What happens when a particular wavelength of light travels from a periodic structure? And that's what we can see, the feather of a butterfly, the feather of the peacock. When you can see on a different angles, particular wavelengths of light interact with those feathers, they exhibit the different wavelengths of light, and this is where the concept of the periodicity or the photonic crystals comes in the nature. This is what we have learned from the nature. And when you see their feathers, maybe on the micro scale, you'll be able to see that there is a periodic structure in that. And this is where we are having artificial semiconductor structures known as the photonic crystals actually. So this is where you can see that how the structures can be created, where you can see this is where we mostly design those structures, maybe a kind of a comb structure. How do you see the periodicity? That you can see those strips are going to be repetitive again and again after periodic distance. It can be in 1-dimensional, it can be 2-dimensional, even it can be a 3-dimensional structures as well. And when you see these structures, you'll have to create the defects in terms of the propagation of particular wavelength of light. So to create the interest in that, we also have created the different types of structure, creating those line and the point effects in terms of structures. And I'll show you that what we have done in terms of designing these components to take it more easy to understand that particular wavelength of light only propagates where there is a defect. It means what? Apart from optical fibers, where the propagation of light is there with the total internal reflection, we can also have those transmission of light through those periodic structures. And this is where the concept of the photonic integrated circuit comes. The same way, the advantage of, you can see, if you remember any of us, that an optical fibers at a band, when you have a band of 90 degree, there will not be propagation of light. Maybe the fiber may break down, or there will not be propagation of light in optical fibers. But if we have those integrated circuit with optical bands, with the photonic circuits, even at 90 degree, there is a propagation of light is there actually. So this is the advantage of having those photonic integrated circuits. So this is what we have, those optical resonator structures. This is also we have designed to implement the photonic crystal based structures. Let me show you one of the important slides. Now this is something kind of structures where we have created that we have an optical waveguides, and particular wavelength of light resonates with those structures, and they drop where we want them to drop actually. So the advantage is the efficiency is high, the coupling efficiency is also very high, and the same time the dropping efficiency is also high. So this is what the advantage what we had, and this is what we can see the work which we published with an optical engineering journal, where we try to achieve the dropping efficiency as well as the coupling efficiency. Similarly, kind of, if you remember, we have a demultiplexers, like we have one input source, but we have many output sources. This is what we also try to design the what we call as the demultiplexer. Apart from this multiplexer, demultiplexer, channel drop filters, we try to design an optical switch which is based on the temperature. So particular wavelength of light is going to drop on the different output ports. Could be a bit technical, but let's see how we can familiarize with this at the end. So this is also we did work, and we published with an optic, again as an essay journal, which we published their work. So apart from that, we also try to design the logic gates, because most of the processing with data happen with the logic gates. So can we design those logic gates? And this is what you can see. We try to design the AND logic gate, and we try to design the OR logic gates. Now those of my colleagues already working on digital electronics, fundamental of digital, they talk about the logic gates. And you'll be surprisingly seeing that in terms of semiconductors, we have XOR gate, we have the different ICs. But can we have one IC which can work for multiple logic gate operations? And this is what we did actually during my PhD research work, where we try to design, you can see the realization of logic gates using the single design. So what we have designed here, which can work on the different operating wavelength, and multiple logic gates can run on a single chip. This is what we designed and fabricated as well during my PhD research work. So this is how I believe we bring innovations. It's not about like, either it could have been from simulation or even for fabrication, that's a different stage, but let's bring something from our side. And that's sort of how we can contribute as a scholar, as a faculty member as well, that how we can bring some kind of innovations in your research. And this is also we try to design an optical encoder using the photonic integrated circuits, and you can see that what we're getting the data rate is around 11.57 dBps. So even more than what we are getting right now with optical fibers with the Gbps or even Mbps. Now we're talking about even dBps data rates, and that is quite possible. That's what I'm saying. Today we are using 5G, tomorrow is for 6G. The world is changing very fast, and we all are the part of this, you can say, growth or the development. So as a scholar, as a researcher, how we can contribute, we should also see those possibilities of innovations actually. So similarly, in terms of optical bands, we work mostly for all the optical windows. We try to design the different components for all those optical wavelengths, starting with IEEE, that is ITU G694.2. That is one of the ITU standard which we use for optical communications, and we usually work on all those different bands of optical wavelengths. So this is what you can see the current trends of electronics having the challenges in terms of optical carriers and electronic circuitry. Now, what is going to be happen? This electronic circuitry, still reduce our efficiency of working. So, what could be the prominent solution for it? Can we have some solutions where we make everything with using which works on the photons? And this is where you can see the photonic integrated circuits are playing very important role in terms of designing those components. So to satisfy the increased bandwidth requirements of emerging applications and to eliminate this bottleneck, we wish to replace the electronic circuitry with analogous optical systems that provide transparency and high bandwidth while consuming significantly less energy. And this is what the entire world is looking forward to this time. Either you're talking about AI and ML, people are talking about large language models, but again, you need to have some servers where you're going to run all those models actually. And those servers consume a lot of energy. So you don't say that I'm being in Kampala here using large language models, using even the open source as ChatGPT, how I'm contributing to the carbon emission. But you're using some software here through internet being connected to some data centers where those large language models are running, it consumes a lot of energy. And this is where in either way we are contributing to those power consumptions. So we are responsible for those technologies. So how we can have certain technologies in terms of the circuitry which consumes the less power, less size, small size, and also high data rates. And this is where we are working on those the photonic integrated circuits actually. And this is what you can see a real-time example that this is also we have designed, which is called as the photonic based add drop multiplexer. And this is what try to design that. The earlier what we have now is an electrical node for the wavelength division multiplexing, but now what could be the solution for it? The solution is what we have is called as the photonic integrated wavelength division multiplexing add drop multiplexer circuit. So this electric node what we are having space more, having more power consumption, and having higher cost. So what could be the solution for it? And this is where we have designed which we call as the photonic circuits. And you can see inside of that photonic circuit it has all the components which we design individually first as an optical switch, an optical filter, and optical waveguides. And when we incorporate them all together, we are going to have it as an photonic circuits. And what is the solution? The solution is here. It's the solution gives you as a photonic node in terms of the network is going to give you the space saving, the power saving, and even to the size and also to the cost. And this is where the world is trying to adopt those the photonic integrated circuits. And this is what you can see about today. It's 2025, 2026. People are still talking about the integration of the present technology where we have those electronic integrated circuits, and people are trying to use those of photonic integrated circuits. Now, the world is saying that how we can have this optical connections where everything is based on the photons, how things will be much more faster to integrate. And then in the near future it's going to be an heterogeneous kind of optical connections completely made of the photon based technologies. So this is where you can see the co-packaging technologies or the integrated circuit technology is improving actually. And I was talking about this that someone will be saying, okay, you work on photonics, but who is using it now? Are we already using the photonic integrated circuit based in some data centers? Yes, I can see that. And not only this, even ST Microelectronics is a very common name as in terms of those who works on integrated circuitry, mostly embedded, designing processors to launch the data center photonics chips developed with Amazon. So they already launched this photonic integrated circuit base last year in February. They already have launched in their data centers and it's working very well to their data centers. And this is where you can see the future. So I'm not saying that we don't use AI, we don't use ChatGPT or we don't develop our own language models. You develop it, no issues in that. But the thing is that Are we having alternative solution for it? Because to run those language models, you need to have data centers who are requiring to have high power consumption. So what could be the solution? The solution comes where in terms of you develop some circuitry which reduces the size, which reduces maybe the power consumption, and they take very small size, and the data rate is 100 times faster. Solution is here as an photonic chips, where the world is trying to use them as an photonic integrated circuitry. And this is where we are also developing. You can see that this is what this is, that they need like the similar way, the hundreds of thousands of maybe the AI data centers can have those the photonic integrated circuits, so that it can save the power actually. And when you see for silicon photonics, and now you must be saying that, is it like today we are talking about ST microelectronics? How about the other companies who have been already using? So I can see from 2006, the Kotura was the first company used the silicon photonic based integrated circuits. Followed with that the Luxtera, then to the Scorpio, then to the ST microelectronics, HP, Intel, all the core players which you see the names today's time who are making processors are having the photonic in their circuitry. And not only here, you can see even to the big players who are using the silicon photonics in their semiconductor systems actually. So when you look at most of the company names, or I don't know, and some of many of you must be knowing many of the names listed here as the companies, from designing to developing, from mass production, from manufacturing, they all are using the photonic integrated circuitry in their products actually. So we have to see that either how we can contribute, either I'm in Uganda, how I can design, and this is where we try to design those integrated circuitry, and we even try to fabricate them as well. And this is what you can see, all the key players in the market who use these technologies. Then you must be seeing that where is the world? Is it only Dr. Mayur says, I heard about photonics. Are we using these technologies, or it is already being used, or how it is going to be in one of the area or many other domains? And that's what you can see here, that not only about the integrated circuitry for data centers, you can see them as the data center transceivers, the long haul transceivers, especially for your optical infrastructures, then optical interconnects, automotive lidar. This is what we're talking about now to the driverless cars. Then you can see immunocyte test, mostly for medical applications, also to the fiber optic gyroscope and the 5G, 6G transceivers. It has a wide variety of application, and you can see the photonic integrated circuits, the market, you can see from 480 million, it has reached now to the around 3.9 billion, and it is keep on expanding to have those market of photonic integrated circuitry. Let me show you one more slide here. Look at this slide where this projection shows a wide variety of applications. In terms of, you can see by applications, I think some of you who are sitting in this room must be working on any of those applications, maybe on telecommunications. Some of you are in computer science, maybe looking for the data centers, maybe for quantum computing, biomedical, and other aerospace, defense, agriculture. You have a wide variety of applications where the photonic circuits are being used. Apart from that, in terms of component, this is most of the components we design with us. Also to the integration types, components, and you can see the trends of having the photonic circuit. Why it becomes also so popular? Because the today's time, as a theme of the symposium, everyone is talking about AI driven, and you can see this integration of AI with photonic integrated circuit, and this is where the today's time everyone is talking about, and the same way we are also working in the same domain so that these challenges can be resolved. So this is what you can see, industry development, that how the photonic integrated circuits are running side by side with AI technologies so that it can find those solutions for these challenges actually. And this is what I was talking about, that by 2023 I've been awarded with that the most I don't say like the most innovative people talking about the photonics, and this is what they did in in 2023. This is the first time they happened, and you can see I was the only person nominated from the entire Africa and continent as well. So I've been awarded in 2023. And I was happy to be the part of being in Uganda. Actually, I'm really proud to be here because this land has given me so much while learning and being active as a member of IEEE and IEEE member society. I've been keep on learning and keep exploring in Uganda as well, and also now being elected as a vice chair. I'm trying to promote more of IEEE, and this is where I came to know about the IEEE Symposium being organized by the Tokat University and then to the IUIU. And this is where I believe this kind of event shall be keep on happening so that people meet, interact, they do the networking, and they learn from each other. I'll not say out of this room of 50 or 100 people, everyone should work on integrated circuit, but at least one can bring some idea that I am interested to work, maybe will be happy to collaborate. And this is where I always show in my slide that this is where beautiful Kampala is there, and I can see that how the Kampala, because of this, how we are doing good research, we bring the innovations, and this is how we can see the Kampala or Uganda should also grow, and we wish the same way. Thank you so much everyone for giving me this opportunity and making me part of this event. Thank you so much. I'm open for the questions. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Or I'm here outside maybe for networking. You can discuss with me. Maybe one or two questions if it's okay. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. A very excellent, groundbreaking presentation by our keynote speaker, talking about AI-driven photonic integrated circuits for next generation data centers and 6G communications. Another big round of applause, please. Yeah. He has also asked if we have any questions, so I'll just give a few minutes for that if you have any. Yes, can we take the microphone?
Thank you so much for this very powerful keynote address. We've learned a lot, I guess, the rest of the audience. Dr. Birabi is my name, representing the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, but also hold the office for the grants of IUIU. My question is, what are the guarantees for health well-being of human populations from possible radiation from the 5G, 6G telecom masts?
Okay, thank you, Professor, for these questions. And this always being, kind of question, I not say as a myth, but a kind of question that maybe this 5G transceivers, it will affect the health and it will affect the people, and the same with the 6G comes and then 7G comes. But I believe it's not going to affect much to the human health because, because of the 5G, as you can see, the cell sites has only the limitations of 1.5 kilometer. It's not so big transmission for longer distance, because when you have to send the signals to the longer distance, you need to have a lot of power generations. But since this, the infrastructure, we can say, as maybe the architecture has been designed such a way that the signals travel to the low distance, so it will not affect to the much. But if you are a professor and doing a lot of research with the 5G and 6G high frequency, it may affect a lot to you. But since in terms of the applications, it won't much affect to the health actually. That's what I can say.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. I have a question in line with what you have presented. Prof, I want you to enlighten us, or me particularly, on how integrated photonic system can impact on the future of generative AI and IoT. How can integrated photonic system impact on the future of generative AI and IoT? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prof, for making this another wonderful questions. And that's what I was trying to explain during my presentation, that there are the two things. Like now, suppose you have AI technology, you have the large language models, you need to run those models, you need to have those semiconductor systems, or you can say the chips or the processors, right? Now, these processors on the chips, what you have, if it's made up of not from electronics, what we are already having, if it's made up of the photonic integrated circuits, they are very small in size and they can run those models so easily on them, so that they will require the less size, more storage, lesser power consumption, so that it can benefit those models to run on those integrated circuitry. And this is where the world is heading towards. Instead of EICs, what we call as electronic integrated circuitry, the world is going to have now the photonic integrated circuitry. And it can help to run those AI models to run on them, so that it can save power and bandwidth as well. Thank you. Thank you once again. Hope I have answered for both actually. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Our Vice Chair, IEEE, we're really esteemed and happy that you were here and you could join us today. Please, the next the next session will involve the gift exchange. We're just waiting for our rector just to come back, but I would like also to use this opportunity to once again to recognize our sister university, Sorority University. You're most welcome. The delegation is read by Professor Tushabwe Florence, a professor in computer engineering. Can you just stand up for recognition? We also have Dr. Serwade Abubakar, a doctor in computer engineering. We're happy to have you. Okay, can you give him the microphone?
Well, I happen to have graduated from Turkey, from one of their prestigious university, Istanbul Technical University. It is the third oldest technical university in the world. It has stayed for 255 years. So I did my master's and PhD from that Turkish university.
Mashallah. Bridging communities.
Turk arkadaşlarımız Uganda'ya hoş geldiniz.
Wonderful, wonderful. So we also have Mr. Senyongo Farhin. He's also here with us. He's also an engineer, computer engineer. He's also going to be one of our presenters. You're most welcome. We look forward. Yeah. Also online, because we have members. As you know, this is hybrid. So online we have Mr. Agwe Mildred Toby, a civil engineer. He's online. So we welcome you, sir. I also want at this juncture to recognize Dr. Omar. Yes, we are really privileged to have you from Tokat, Togo. And Dr. Faiza. Yeah. Dr. Sesme. Yes, I think some of you, I definitely don't know Dr. Sesme. He was here with us for some time for his sabbatical and a lecturer here, so we are really privileged. And thank you for bringing her along. Yes, can we, yes, our vice rector is back. So I would like, I would like that you come back and take your seats, please. So this is being, so we are online, and I'm sure all our participants are following us on this. I would like at this juncture to invite Haji Abdallah Mutiaba and Dr. Saim to take over this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Halima Wakabi Akbar, the Director for Institutional Planning and Development, dear our distinguished guests from Tokat Gazi Osman Pasha University, the Vice Rector, Dr. Jamiru Serwanga, who is the Acting Rector and our Chief Guest today, the Academic Registrar, all our dear participants, the Deans, the Directors, and all the senior staff who are here. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are going to do a simple event, and that's giving some simple token of appreciation to our dear guests, and also they also have something small to share with us this afternoon. For the members, for your information, Tokat Gazi Osman Pasha University has hosted a good number of staff from Islamic University in Uganda, and we have had a collaboration almost since 2021, and they have always been engaging. Dr. Walusimbi Yunusu, can you say salam? He's one of the members who visited Tokati. I myself, I visited Tokati. The Vice Rector, Dr. Jamiru, the Rector himself, Mr. Luwemba Musa, Mr. Buyondo, and many others. And inshallah, and Dr. Madina, yes, please, can you say salam, your professor? Alaykum salam. Yes, Professor Madina also was hosted at Tokati. Yes, we went in the caves. They have a lot of, yes, Baliga cave. So, alhamdulillah, it has been a very good experience. And I was interacting with the AR when Dr. Ozkan came here last year during the same staff exchange program. He was really impressed by the university, and he said we must go ahead with the collaborations. And it is actually the reason why we have this symposium today. And I told them they have given us a lot of skills and experience. I told them that the ARA's department, this has been a good experience for them to start this kind of symposiums. And we know it's a learning experience, inshallah. And we are promising to do better next time as we learn from you. Tokat, they are producing drones. Those of you are learning about Iran-US war. the Tokat is handling drones, so they are a bit experienced, but alhamdulillah, we are going to learn a lot from them, inshallah. I don't want to take a lot of time. I want now to kindly invite the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, to receive an award, and I will request Dr. Professor Ozkan to hand over the award to the Dean, Faculty of Engineering. Hassan, sorry, engineer, sorry, please. We need to repeat it. The cameraman was for the purposes of the coverage. Okay. I want to request Dr. Halima to go and receive also an award. Doctor, kindly help us to go and give an award to Dr. Halima. All the products they are giving, this is also another learning experience produced by TOCAT, the university itself. So our PR department, we need to start this. These are all from the university. They don't buy them from outside. Yes, so we are really very, very grateful for that support. I want now to call the AR, Dr. Adam Ali. Yes, and Professor Turgut, please come and hand over this. Thank you so much. And I now want to request Dr. Jamiru, the Vice Rector Academic Affairs, to receive a token of appreciation from Tokat Gaz Osman Pasha. I request all of us to stand and we join them as they are giving this. This is to the entire university, Islamic University in Uganda, as an appreciation from Tokat Gaz Osman Pasha University. Yes. Dr. Adam, please join the photo. And yes, the cameraman, we need the photo at the website, so guide us well. Okay, thank you. Now I want to request the Vice Rector, Dr. Jamil Serwanga, to hand over the first award to our keynote speaker. Ms. Ali, you please come and pick this. The award is given to our keynote speaker, Professor Kumal, the country representative of IEEE, also based in Kampala. We are very grateful for your presentation. I now want to request the AR to hand over to Professor Turgut as an appreciation. He has been the technical man behind the organizing. Yesterday, he was very silent, and when we found out, they told us he usually doesn't talk unless when there is a problem, and and he needs to solve it. So we are really very grateful. I want to request the team headed by Dr. Jamiru to hand over this to our brother, Professor Ozukan, the team leader of TOCAT. Dear all the TOCAT team, please accept that award as an appreciation from Islamic University in Uganda. Thank you so much. We're now going to have a group photo here, and I will request we do the chairs in front, then the other team will join us from behind. Please, members, come and join the floor as we do the group photo. The rest can do. Professor, I think Professor. So the cameraman, please guide us. Yeah, the photo is for everyone, all of us. Please come and we do group photo here. you so much. I now want to request the Dr. Halima to guide us after. Okay, lunch is ready now. Then Juma. So okay, let's go for Juma, and after Juma, members will come back for lunch.
Session starts. Just to also draw your attention that the session starts at 2 o'clock. So please, after Swala, we are coming for lunch, and immediately we have very little time. So yeah, the lunch is ready. The lunch is ready.
Okay, members, let's pray from down here in the next room near the cafeteria. We have a prayer area. Let's pray our Juma from there. Okay, let us pray from here, just near the cafeteria. We pray near the cafeteria, and after the prayer, we come back here. Okay, the lunch is down near the cafeteria.
MashaAllah, Tabarakallah. Please, ladies and gents.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. التين والزيتون بدور سيني وهذا البلد الأمين لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فلهم أجر غير ممنون فلا يكذبك بعد بالدين أليس الله بأحكم الحاكمين صدق الله العظيم. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillah Rabbil alemin. Errahmanirrahim. Maliki yevmiddin. İyyâke na'budu ve iyyâke nestaîn. İhdines sıratal müstakîm. Sıratal lezîne en'amte aleyhim. Gayril mağdûbi aleyhim veleddâlin. Amin. Sadakallahul azim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. We are going to start with our first session. After we have had that session, and then we can be able to move on to the next session. I'm grateful to invite the first presenter. Our presentation is going to be 15 minutes maximum. The first presenter is going to have 10 minutes of presentation. Then we shall have 5 minutes of question and answers. I would want to invite my colleague Abubakar here to introduce him so that we can be able to move forward. Dr. Abubakar, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I've been assigned the duty of introducing our professor who is going to present. He is Assistant Professor Dr. Omar Onal from Tokat Gazi Osman Pasha University in Turkey, the Asian side. So he's a computer engineer and he's going to present to us his work related to image processing using AI. So let's listen to him.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear Professor, esteemed guests, welcome to all of you. Today I will present our study in which we conduct a comparative analysis of the porosity of nanofiber membranes, which are of vital importance in filtration application, using both experimental method and a new automated image processing based method that we have developed. In this study, polyamide 6 and cellulose acetate polymers were dissolved in formic acid, acetic acid, common solvent in a 1:1 ratio at 3 different mixing ratios: Pa6Ca 0:100, 50:50, and 100:0 to obtain solution suitable for electrospinning. Table shows polymer ratios and product codes. Nanofiber membrane fabrication was carried out using the Innovance NE300 device with cylindrical collector as shown in figure. The fabrication workflow for the nanosurface filter membrane and example of the fabricated product are shown in figures. Scanning electron microscopy SEM analysis were performed using a Zeiss Evo LS10 system at Kahramanmaraş Sütçü University USKIM laboratories and evaluate and nanofibrous surface characteristics. Representative SEM images at 10,000 magnification are displayed below. Proposed image processing by plane. Input image, processing, segmentation, formax, identification of individual quantitative measurements, outputs. proposed image processing pipeline methodology pipeline reference image P50. Original Sam Geisenblur, Gleiche Multiotsu, Cleaned Pormax, Distance Transform, Watershed Labels, finally overlay. In our proposed image processing framework, we went beyond traditional thresholding approaches. Raw SAM images were first converted into grayscale and enhanced using clay-based local contrast adjustment to emphasis the boundaries between fibers and pores. The multi-OTC algorithm was then employed to automatically classify the image into pore fiber and transition region. To address one of the major challenges in porous structure analysis, namely the separation of adjacent or partially overlapping pores, we incorporated a marker-based watershed segmentation technique. As a result, individual pore boundaries could be accurately isolated, enabling more reliable pore counting, size distribution analysis, and porosity evaluation. Result and discussion code P0 39.300 P50 31.18 P133.69. The pore volume fraction values for the membrane surface obtained from solution with different concentration. Gleiche multi-Otsu watershed pipeline all images. Code P0 gravimetric 39.30 proposed method 40.4 MAP 2.79 P50 31.18 proposed method 32.16 MAP 3.140 4 P100 code P100 gravimetric 33.69 proposed 31.83 MAP 5.52. The porosity ratios obtained using both the gravimetric method and the proposed method and the absolute percentage error MAP values calculated based on the gravimetric method are shown in table. The proposed Gleiche plus multi-Otsu plus watershed framework produced porosity values that were highly consistent with the experimental gravimetric measurements. The low MAP values between 2.79% and 5.52% indicate that the proposed method provides accurate and reliable porosity estimation from SAM images. But the numerical result and graphical comparison show that the image processing based method gives result close to laboratory measurements. When SAM images are available, the proposed method can be used as a rapid, practical, and cost-effective alternative for porosity characterization of solution, image processing based automated porosity analysis in fibrous material. The proposed clay plus multi-also plus watershed pipeline enable automated area-based porosity analysis from some microstructure images. Compare it with OTSU adaptive thresholding and clay plus OTSU, the proposed method provides more controlled porosity values and more reliable pore level measurement. The method supports quantitative outputs such as pore count, porosity percentage, mean pore area, pore size distribution, and shape descriptors. Thanks for your valuable contributions. This study was supported by the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, TÜBİTAK, under project number 123Y461. We would like to thank TÜBİTAK for their support of this study.
Thank you so much, Professor Omer. He has really done a great work in trying to explain us these concepts, the concepts of image processing, including such a complex framework that has both segmentation and classification. It's a practical work that was supported by that body that supports scientific research and technology in Turkey. Çok teşekkür ederiz. Çok öğrendik sizin presentation'dan. And now we are welcoming questions regarding the presentation. Solalvar.
Yes, thank you so much for your research on porosity of the materials. I've seen the one of 50-50 performed worse than 0-100 and worse than 100-0. What could be the explanation for that? Yeah, he had 3 different sets. One was 100-0, one was 50-50, and 0-100. I'm not sure what they are, but then it must be the materials. So, yeah, that one, there. So the first one of P0 to 100, the porosity was high. The one of 50-50, it was 31.18. The one of 100 to 0 was 33.69. So why is the middle one the lowest? Because I would have expected it to be in the middle also in terms of porosity.
Niçin o farklar var soruyor. Mesela bu 39 gösteriyor. O düşünüyor ki mesela bu 36 olacaktı. Çünkü ortada. Ama bu çok küçük ya ve bu daha büyük oluyor. Niçin o fark var diyor. Why did you label them this way? Nasıl bu isimler geliyorlar? it is now clear. The thing is to do with the labels, how the labels come out. For them, they just labeled them the way they wanted. So they're not relevant to the sizes of the holes. Hope it is clear now. They're just random names, like P50, P whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Fahim Musa Senyonjo. Please come on board. Fahim is a student of engineering from Soroti University. He's doing Bachelor of Engineering and Electronics and Computer Engineering. He's very passionate about automated engineering systems, which is evidenced by his inaugural research, which is entitled The Machine Learning Plant Disease Detection Model, a case of cocoa plant. Mr. Fahim, you are welcome for your presentation. You have 15 minutes for your presentation. The 10 minutes, that's when you're going to have your presentation. And then the 5 minutes will be for answer question sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adam, for this opportunity. My name is Fahim Musa Senyonjo, and I'll be presenting to you our research on a machine learning plant disease detection model, a case of cocoa plant. I'll start by saluting all of you with the salutation of peace, and allow me to say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The display is loading. once again, good afternoon. My name is Fahim Musa Senyonjo, and I'm a student from Soroti University doing Bachelor's of Engineering in Electronics and Computer Engineering. I'll be presenting to you our research titled A Machine Learning Plant Disease Detection Model, a case of cocoa plant. I worked on this research together with Dr. Adam Ali and Dr. Excellence Favor from Soroti University. Unfortunately, the previous laptop is still connected. Kindly requesting the audiovisual team to help me on that. Thank you. So I'm going to be presenting to you our research, a machine learning plant disease detection model, a case of cocoa plant. And I'll start by giving a brief introduction. Uganda's economy heavily relies on agriculture, employing over 70% of the population, and it contributes approximately 24% of the GDP. And integration of machine learning in agriculture has led to the rise of machine learning plant disease detection models in agriculture. But despite these innovations, many Ugandans are still struggling. Many Ugandan farmers are still struggling with proper and accurate detection of the diseases that are affecting their plants. And for this case, for the case of our research in cocoa, cocoa itself is mostly grown in areas of Bundibujo, though these days even people around Busoga region are picking up in growing cocoa. So many Ugandan farmers are still struggling with accurate diagnosis of the diseases that are affecting their cocoa plants. And for those of you who have never seen a cocoa plant, when cocoa is grown, the cocoa is inside that pod, this pod here that you see in maroon. The first photo on the left, and on the right is a leaf of a healthy cocoa plant. Here is a healthy cocoa pod, and on the right there is a leaf of a healthy cocoa plant. And in the next slide, the first image here shows a leaf of a diseased cocoa plant, and on the right is a diseased cocoa pod. So the problem statement here is that there has been a rise in growing of cocoa in areas of Bundibujo and Busoga here in Uganda. But however, cocoa is heavily affected by diseases like anthracnose and cocoa swollen shoot virus disease, which are a terrible threat to farmers who grow cocoa on a large scale. And diseases that attack cocoa usually attack the stems, the leaves, the roots, and this affects the overall yield of the farmers. So local farmers are currently relying on visual means to detect the diseases that affect their cocoa plants. But these are subject to error because you can incorrectly predict a disease, and it can lead to using wrong pesticides which won't solve anything. And in this research, we aim to overcome this by providing a reliable machine learning model that will help local cocoa farmers in diagnosing the diseases that are affecting their cocoa plants. So the main objective of this research was training a machine learning model that uses photos or images of cocoa plants. We considered the pods and the leaves. So these images will be used for training a machine learning model that will help farmers in detecting the diseases affecting their cocoa. So specific objectives of this research study were obtaining a local image data set of healthy and diseased cocoa plants, and this was achieved, and the data set was uploaded on Cargo. And the second specific objective was evaluating the performance of the trained model through diligent testing for the model accuracy and reliability. The third specific objective was designing a user-friendly mobile application that will help farmers in diagnosing the cocoa plants' diseases. And in the methodology, we started with data collection, whereby I traveled to Hundibujo, where it's the leading district in production of cocoa in Uganda. That place, there are many farmers that are growing cocoa on a large scale. So I traveled there and took images of healthy and diseased cocoa plants that were used in coming up with our data set that we used for training the model. And then after that, we did data wrangling, which involved tidying our data set. We cleaned the data set to remove unwanted images so that we remain with only the images that we intended to use in training our model. And we did data visualization, and then after all that, we had to transform the data set into a TensorFlow data set that we had to use for training our model. And then after that, we had to train our model and then evaluate its performance by regularly testing it. And then finally, we deployed our model in our mobile application. And that mobile application will be used by farmers in detecting their cocoa diseases that are affecting their cocoa plants on the farms. And in our methodology, we started by training a machine learning model, and the model was trained, and after training it, we had to convert it into a TensorFlow Lite model. We consider TensorFlow Lite because it's very good and efficient for mobile integration, since it consumes like lesser space. It has a low space complexity, and its inference when you're running the model in testing the diseases, it works very swiftly and it's fast. And then it was followed by designing the user interfaces for the model. And after that, we did the developing of the actual mobile application using Android Studio. And then the model was then deployed in the designed application. And then we did testing so that we ensure that the application gives correct predictions of the diseases. And the data collection phase, we collected the data set using images from Bundibujo, and we managed to acquire 3 classes. There were healthy cocoa, both cocoa leaves and pods. There was a class of anthracnose. Anthracnose is a disease that attacks cocoa, especially the leaves. And then cocoa solen shoot virus. It affects the entire shoot system of the plant. It attacks the pods, the leaves, so the whole plant is ruined. You can't harvest anything in case the cocoa solen shoot virus disease attacks your plant. And all that gave us a total of 5,530 images that were used to train the model. But from Bundibujo, we actually collected a data set of 10,024 images only, because while I was there were threats of rebel attacks. So I didn't intend to stay there longer. I had to run away since I was afraid of being attacked by rebels. But we accompanied our data set with images from West Africa because there was a similar study, but it was done in Ghana. Though their study didn't involve deploying the model that they trained into a mobile application. So we had to do better and go ahead to deploy our model into a mobile application. So with our data, we did data visualization, and the bar graphs here can show you the 3 classes, starting with anthracnose, cocoa swollen shoot virus, that is abbreviated as CSSVD, cocoa swollen shoot virus disease, and then the healthy class. So that is the cross-validation, where we split the data into training, validation, and test classes. So for anthracnose, you can see that the blue represents the training set, green represents the validation set, and yellow represents the testing set for all the 3 classes. And then we went ahead to do data splitting, and the pie charts there, they show the different percentages of every class that was used in training the model. Approximately 80% was used for training, and 10% was given to testing and validation sets. Though there are some points that were recorded. 79.9%, we just approximated it to 80% for the training set for all the classes, anthracnose, healthy, and cocoa swollen shoot virus disease. And then there was model analysis, and for the first case, I'll show you the confusion matrices for the different models that we trained. For our case, we considered comparison, so that we wanted to deploy the best model, the model that performed best. So we considered comparison between 4 models. That is, we first did the custom CNN model, and then we also trained using the EfficientNet BO, and then we did MobileNet for version 3, and then Inception V5. Those are the 4 models that we trained. For the first one, you can see that anthracnose, swollen shoot virus disease, and the healthy in the custom CNN model, which is the first one here, the first one here on the left. It didn't perform well because if you're to look at this anthracnose and anthracnose here, 133 images were detected as anthracnose, and they were actually under the anthracnose class. But however, 24 were recorded as anthracnose, but were instead for cocoa swollen shoot virus disease. And 4 images were detected as anthracnose, but were actually from the healthy class, which means it didn't perform very well. And same for the EfficientNet BO model. It also performed fairly well, but it wasn't the best. And on the next slide, we had our best model, which was the MobileNet. And you can see that most of the predictions were correct, save alone for this class here, where it detected 2 images as cocoa swollen shoot virus disease, and they were instead healthy. So we had to consider deploying the MobileNet V model, since it performed best of the 4 models that were trained. It's the one we considered for deployment into the mobile application. So from the confusion matrices, we can calculate the different evaluation metrics that were accuracy, test loss, precision, F1 score, recoil and area under the curve. And if you're to look at the figures, if you're to look at this column of mobile net, you can see that it performed best. All its results are showing that it performed better than all the three, with an accuracy of 99.65%, better than all these other models. Oh, thank you, Doctor. Let me conclude. So you can see from the curves, the first one here is the one for the test loss, for the training loss versus number of epochs. We considered using 100 epochs for the training. And challenges we faced were limited access to Google Colab GPUs, and there was incompatibility of some Python dependencies, and inaccuracy in network connections also. And some image classes had few images, and we considered importing some images from other West African datasets that were taken from Ghana. And future work for this research will include expanding the dataset, long-term field trials, providing user training to farmers, extending the model to other crops, and integrating local language support. Also, we had to consider building a self-training model, which will be training itself. The more farmers use it in the field, the more the model will capture more images, which will help in training it to perform better. And in conclusion, we discovered that the MobileNet V2 model outperforms other architectures of CNN, EfficientNet, and Inception for mobile device deployment, which gave an accuracy of 99.65%, and it was successfully deployed into a mobile application that will help farmers in detecting the diseases that affect their cocoa plants. And also we achieved uploading a local dataset for cocoa that is grown locally in Uganda, which will boost our regional agricultural research in AI. So those are the different links that I tried to compile for, in case you want to check out the datasets we uploaded on Cargo. Also, if you want to read about the journey of Uganda's cocoa growing, and you read about the different advancements that have been reached to. And I'll conclude by thanking our organizers for this symposium. Also, I would like to appreciate Islamic University in Uganda for hosting this wonderful event. I would also appreciate our lecturers from Sorority University who spared some time to come and attend this mighty event. Also, the partnering universities, Tokat University, Isbat University, we really appreciate you, and the IEEE Uganda section. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senyonjo. Two questions. Question number one and then question number two.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dair Alas from Somalia, and a student at IUIU. Thank you for your presentation. You have really presented absolutely good topic, machine learning, plant disease detection model. Thank you very much. In most farmers, they don't know more about technology, and they wanted to teach them fast. So how are you want to work your model? Are you wanted to put this system on the tree, or you wanted to train the farmers and they use them? And how does this app or this model will benefit for farmers to the near future? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Well done, Fahim, for that good presentation. How about three issues? First, you are training a deep learning model, which is dataset hungry. And you have used a dataset which is too small to actually allow the deep learning model that you're deploying to actually learn enough. But at the same time, the result you're reporting is near 100%. How sure are we that that result from the small data set was not just for your model to memorize everything? Since you just have something small, what did you do that you can actually convince a little bit that the near 100% accuracy is actually something that we should go with? Then the second issue is you are training a model, but you're showing us that you are actually evaluating several models here. So what is the direction of what your study is up to? Then third, I go back to the data set. How did you manage to balance the data set so that maybe there wasn't underfitting, overfitting by that mobile that you have brought forth to us, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One question was about the training of users. The second question was about the data set. How did you manage to create that data set, and how does it work on your, how do you convince us that the deep learning model is the best?
Thank you very much. I'm asking from a layman's point of view, because I'm not in that field. But what is the ideal number of images? And what determined the 1,500 that you labeled as low? And also you said that you got some images from West Africa. How would you control for the differences in the region? Thank you.
I'll answer them in reverse order. Let me start with hers. So for her question, when you're training machine learning models, especially image processing for the case, there is something that we call overfitting and underfitting. So if you train a model, we had different splits for training, validation, and testing. So if you train a model, you feed it with images for training. So if you give it images and it's very used, you expose it to training data, it performs well with the training data, but when it comes to deployment, it will give wrong predictions. That's something that we call overfitting. So if you use images that are few, you might actually come up with something called underfitting. It performs poorly that during training and poorly during testing too. And that is equivalent to no work done. I don't know if the explanation is sufficient. It's very good that you use many images as possible to avoid overfitting and underfitting, so that the model performs well for both training and testing. And then for his question, when we were training our model, we considered comparison between performance of 4 models because we wanted to deploy the best. And MobileNet V3 performed best. And that is what we considered for deployment in our mobile application. And then to avoid overfitting, we had to consider using, during our model optimization, we used an Adam optimizer, and then also we deployed images from West Africa to overcome the issue of dataset imbalance, because there was a class of cocoa swollen shoot virus that had very few image samples for our case of Ugandan farms, because when a plant is attacked by cocoa swollen shoot virus, the whole plant is ruined. You can't harvest anything from it. So we collected a few images from the farm, and we considered getting images from West Africa that were downloaded from cargo datasets. Is that sufficient, sir?
Thank you very much for the response, and
Oh.
we thank you for your research.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, have a good day. Let's get another presenter. My next presenter is Chongomweru Halim, doctor. He has a PhD in computing. He has a master's in computer science, and also has a bachelor's in information technology from Islamic University in Uganda. Chongomweru is going to work on, or is presenting to us, human engagement and multimedia content, predictive study based on self-reported effective and experimental variables. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Dr. Halim. As the technical team is putting the things together, he can also go further and reintroduce himself. Thank you. As Dr. Halim is waiting for the technical team, we also request Dr. Badamasi to also prepare himself. Maybe as a way of reminder, you have 10 minutes of presentation, and after that you'll get a warning. Then after your warning, you'll be able to answer questions on time. Elapse. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Apologies for the technical hiccups.
you can start.
Thank you so much, Chair. Apologies for the technical hiccups. Once again, as the chair of the session introduced me, my name is Chongomer Halim. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Computer Science and have a PhD in computing and information systems from UTB University of Technology, Brunei, and the Masters of Computer Science and IT from IUT and the Bachelor's of IT. My PhD research was in machine learning, okay, and I've been teaching for the last 14 years, I guess. And most of my works have been published in international journals, Q1 and so on. Today, I have the honor to present to you a very interesting research we did with my colleagues, Antonio Di Teco. It was a collaborative research from Italy, from Pisa, Italy. Then Mutalib, also from IU, and myself, Jongomer Halim. Okay? The research we did is human engagement and multimedia content, a predictive study based on self-reported affective and experimental variables. Okay? Today, I present to you our research on predicting user engagement during multimedia viewing using self-reported effective experimental variables. So this study tries to investigate whether engagement can be reliably predicted using simple questionnaire-based information collected after multimedia consumption. That's what our research is all about. So what we expect to cover, we're going to look at the motivation for this research, the research questions, the question that we try to answer, then the experimental design, the data collection process, then the machine learning methodology that you applied. Then we shall look at the main results, what drives engagement, as we shall see, and then our contribution and limitation, and then we shall conclude the presentation, hopefully within the framework of the time allocated to us. Colleagues, understanding engagement is increasingly important because multimedia content has become central part of modern communications and entertainment. Okay? Therefore, engagement influences how users learn, remember information, and interact with digital content. Whereas many existing systems rely on physiological sensors, facial expressions analysis, or voice processing technologies. Okay? While these techniques are effective, however, they're often costly and difficult to deploy. They are costly and difficult to deploy. Therefore, for our case, we try to investigate whether engagement can be predicted using simple subjective measures. That's what our research was all about. Okay? So the main objective of this research was to determine whether engagement can be predicted using only subjective post-viewing information. Okay? We considered a 4 predictor variable, like you can see them: user experience, prior knowledge, emotion experience, and then dominant emotions. Those are the things we tried to consider. Okay? Associated with the video clip that would give our viewers our reviewers to review. So these variables were then used as inputs for machine learning models designed to predict engagement. So after every candidate giving them a clip to view, they would answer some questions. We looked at some of these variables which we shall use in training our machine learning model, and we have a level of engagement prediction. Okay? So, data were collected from 112 participants, watched 7 movie clips, selected to elicit different emotions, responses, like including some movie clips were of happiness, others another was of sadness, another one was fear, another one was disgust, another one was surprise. Those are some of the movie clips we selected, and we gave them to the users. Then after watching each clip, participants completed a short questionnaire. This process generated a final data set containing around 736 valid observations, which helped us during the training of our machine learning model. Okay? Now, following each video, participant completed a short questionnaire. Each item was rated on a 5-point Likert scale. Okay? Engagement was used as a target variable, while the remaining variables served as predictors. Okay? So our study intentionally focused on subjective post-viewing measures rather than real-time physiological sensing. That's what makes our study unique, because we feel this is cheaper and easier to deploy. Participants were asked questions. Were asked to select an answer on a Likert scale from 1, which means minimum value, to 5, which means maximum value, for each of the questions given. Some of the questions was like, how satisfied are you with watching the clip? How satisfied are you? How much did the video engage you? Do you already know the video clip? How do you rate the video ability to invoke emotions? Those are some of the questions that we are asking. And some of these, almost all these questions, covered those 4 variables: satisfaction of the video, level of engagement, prior knowledge of the clip, and emotional impact of the clip, which is our framework for our study. Okay? Now, after that, so what happened? Engagement was used here. Following each video, after participants completed questionnaires, each item was rated, as I said, on a 5 Likert scale. So, engagement, out of all these ones, engagement was used as the target variable. Remember, when you're training a model, you have the target variable and then the other variables. The remaining variables are the predictors, okay? So engagement was used as the target variables, and then the remaining variables were the predictors. So we intentionally focused on subjective post-viewing measure rather than real-time physiological. Okay? You can see some of the As you can see, these are some of the video clips that we selected and gave to the users. One had happiness, the emotion was happiness. Another one was anger and sadness. Another one was happiness. Another one was disgust and sadness, surprise, and then fear. Okay? Well, after that, to evaluate the predictive performance, we tested 40 machine learning algorithms. So it was a very comprehensive experiment. Different machine learning algorithms. Support vector machine, artificial neural network, decision tree, naive Bayes, many machine learning algorithms belonging to several model families. To ensure robustness and to reduce bias, we use classified cross-validation. Okay? Satisfied cross-validation, where the k-fold was equal to 10. So different engagement classification strategies were also compared, ranging from 5 engagement levels to binary classification. You can see some of the 40 algorithms that were used, and then we used classified 10-fold cross-validation, repeated 30 times. This helped us to reduce bias in our experiments. Okay? The results reveal a clear trend. As the number of engagement categories decrease, predictions become more reliable, as you can see there. So the best performance was obtained using the wide artificial neural network in the binary classification setting. So this model achieved a more than 88% of accuracy and a weighted F1 score of at least 0.87%. So these findings these findings indicate that engagement can be predicted effectively when formulated as a simple classification problem. Now, the question is, one of the most important findings concerns the relative importance of the predict variables. Emotion experience emerged as the strongest predictor of engagement. Okay? User experience ranked second, while prior knowledge contributed only modestly to prediction performance, and this suggests that the intensity of the emotion experience plays a central role in determining engagement with multimedia content. As you can see how from the experiments we discovered that when somebody is watching a video, emotion experience contributes much to engagement. Okay? Our contributions. This study, as we said, provides an interpretable benchmark for engagement prediction using subjective post-viewing measures. However, some limitations should be acknowledged. The study relies exclusively on self-reported data and does not incorporate some of the other techniques like the physiological, facial, vocal, or behavioral signals. These are some of the existing techniques that are used to determine behaviors. Consequently, the findings should be considered as baseline for future research rather than complete real-time engagement cognition systems. The takeaways, Mr. Chair: engagement can be predicted from subjective, effective, and experimental variables. Emotional experience is the strongest predictor. When you're watching the movie and there's a lot of emotions, it can predict. Okay. Binary engagement classification achieved approximately 8%, and the future work will focus on multimodal sensing and adaptive system. Detailed experiment design, experimental preparation, data collection, and everything have been included in our paper. I'm sure when the preprint is out, you'll be able to read. It's a very interesting paper. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Halim. We are very grateful for your presentation. We now invite questions. Question? Okay.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Mine is on how do you define prior knowledge? Did you mean prior knowledge on the movie, like you had watched it before?
Prior knowledge, like you have watched Titanic
like
before.
you've watched it before, then you're watching it
Yes.
again.
Yeah,
Of course, that one I think you would expect it not to be very serious because you already know what's happening, so you wouldn't feel that emotion experience. But then in my experience as a person, unless if it is Mr. Bean's movies, which I like, those ones, even if I know what's happening, I will, enjoy. But in my experience, someone's personal preferences maybe can also determine. Because personally, if you're going to show me these science fiction movies, I don't like them. So however hilarious they are, they will not impact me because probably I'll not even finish the movie. But then if you bring for me my genre type of movies, the ones I'll be happy, like Mr. Bean. So I would be happy if you also can maybe try to see how much that can also affect. Thank you.
Okay. Another question? Okay, thank you, Dr. Halim, for the presentation. And we wait to read the paper.
Thank you so much.
The next presenter, Badamasi, please come forward. I will leave the introduction to him so that he can quickly do the introduction before he actually does the presentation. Dr. Badamasi, you're welcome. maybe as a way of reminder, 10 minutes of presentation, then 5 minutes for question and answer.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The chairman, participants, and other researchers present here, I greet you with the greatest greetings, that is Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am honored to stand before you to present our research with my students and colleagues. And one of the researchers here is our ER, Dr. Adam Ali, with the title of Explainable IA Intrusion Detection System Framework, where we have an explainable AI deep learning framework, which is transparent, trustworthy, and has the capability of detecting intrusion in what? In the medical Internet of Things network. So this IMT and security risks, we have one of the motivations and reasons why we carried this research. It has to do with the following. One, healthcare transformations. Because of the introduction of this Internet of Things and other computing technologies, so we have a lot of things that is happening that has to do with real-time monitoring and automated care. And as a result of this, many people make good use of this technology to apply it in a good manner and sometimes otherwise. Then we have expanding attack surface. So one of the issue here is, instead of to use technology in a good way, in a better way, now you use it in a bad way. That is, there is expansion of what? Expansion of attacks surface in the healthcare services. Then we have device limitations, so which has to do with low computational power and memory drains, because of we have to use a lot of devices, a lot of computing devices and resources. So we have to look at some ways that we can optimize and really utilize this technology in healthcare services. Then in this case, to have this kind of advantage and to successfully apply technology, we have to be compliant with some of the policies that HPAA and GDPR, so that we can maintain the ground rules so that this thing is successful in nature. So we have the black box dilemma. So in computing, sometimes we have what is called black box and white box, that has to do with the level of understanding or the level of access, how you understand what is actually happening internally within the structure of the computing devices and what you can interact directly that have access to. So one of this is the limitation of the current methods. So we have a lot of deep learning models and algorithms, but one of the issue here is some of these, they lack explainability. At what level users can understand why or how a particular deep learning models make decisions. So in this case, we need something that we need to give us a lot of explanations. Then the trust. The trust deficit. So the medical IT staff cannot validate plugged anomalies using what? A kind of alert fatigue. So all these are some of the issues that we look to find a way forward to tackle this kind of issues. Then we have overhead constraints and many more problems. So because of these, we have to come up with a reason that is a solutions, because you cannot provide solutions without underlying or existing problems. So our objective here is to develop a framework that balances accuracy, computational efficiency and transparent while making decisions. That is where this explainable AI come in the model. Then we have the following architecture where we have the core engine, which is a hybrid CNN LCM feature, extraction from the files. Then the CNN captures the spatial patterns while the LCM captures the essential temporal discrepancies. Then another component is the interpretability, that is the ability to explain how a particular model make decisions. And this has to do with integration of Sharp and Lime so that we can have justification in all of the decision a particular model makes. Then to understand these and deploy it to become deployable, then we have a clinical interface, a kind of a simulated interface that the users or the clinical staff can be able to use. Then we have the experimental setup and the data. So we outsource the data from the recognized CID to 2028. I mean, data set. We have, it encompasses around 3.2 million network traffic samples. Then we utilize 37 selected network flow features. Then we have attack vectors and metrics. In this, we use this 7, we actually subdivided it into 15 specific attack classes where we applied the following metrics, that is the accuracy, precision score, F1 score, area under the curve metrics to evaluate our model. Our model actually give us the result of overall 96% accuracy, taking into consideration the imbalance resilience, where we have an F1 score of 95.969, and for the low false positive, we have a precision of 95.71%. Then we make the comparison because one of the fundamental issue of the research is what direction, what is the reason, what is the objective of the research. So after having conducted a rigorous literature review, then we have a base research that use a similar techniques in trying to detect this kind of anomalies. So this base research, after the comparison, so we have that our own proposed model outperform the baseline HCL-IDS models by 1.06 in the accuracy, while it also improves F1 score by 2.1%. Multi-class detection. So in this, we have these various cases where we have the volumetric attacks, where we have the result of an area under the curve of 1.00, that is about 100%. Then we have a botnet detection, where we have successfully identified some isolated stealthy commands and control communications patterns. Then we have discriminative error, where we maintained an exceptional overall weighted area under the curve result around 0.9819. Then the edge cases, slightly statistical overlap, which was observed in the filtration class. Then one of the features of this our proposal is the inclusion of the explanation, that is the explainable AI, where we have sharp features attributions. So in this case, the sharp analyzes the models and try to make sure that all the decisions taken is coherent within the physical network. Then where we have the destination port was also identified as the most influential discriminator with the bottleneck command control, where we have this value 0.45. And then we have the clinical dashboard as one of the components, where we have the contextual transactions, where these machine learning models use the Lime and the Sharp. Then we have the human in the loop, where it provides precise confidence score of 57.3%. Then we have the actionable guidance, in which the output is explicit and there is immediate mitigation steps, so that we can be able to detect and have a control over the attack. So, despite the contributions, we still have some limitation with our proposals. So, number one is the computational latency. So, adding this feature of Lime and Sharp, it make the model to have a kind of an overhead, computational overhead of 1.2 to 1.5 seconds. Then we have edge deployment risks, which there is a kind of high frequency network spike. What could include this be detrimental to the low power and constrained medical monitor. So in this case, we are planning in the future work to optimize the algorithm, as well as trying to do a lot of validation that has to do like metric validations. So in the conclusions, that is what we take up here. So we have a kind of proven explainability, and that is why we introduce this explainable AI in the system. Then we have elite accuracy of 96.04 detection accuracy. Then we also have breached the gap successfully. Then we also have a kind of patient safety because of that dashboard and things. So thank you for listening. You are welcome for questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Badamasi. As you answer the questions, we are going to invite Abbas Swaib to prepare himself so that he's ready. Questions 3. Have a question? Okay, question.
Assalamu alaikum, Doctor. Just a quick one. You have just given us a limitation of computational latency of sub-extended 1.2 and 1.5 seconds. What was the overall computational time when it comes to the entire training and evaluation of the model, so that this one becomes actually a limitation? Thank you.
Any other question?
So actually, the model, you know, as I told you, we have a kind of comparative analysis with the existing model. So when we compared our model, that is the hybrid models, the speed, I mean, the time, the latency, the time taken to display the results is very fast. But the issue here is, after integrating this Sharp, then we discover that there is a kind of latency of this when we run it. So the variation is between 1.2 seconds to 1.5 seconds. So in any technology, if you have some advantages, definitely you have some this kind of advantage. So that is why in future I want to see how we can optimize to see if we can maintain the previous time or we do something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. The next, let him pass. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shuaib. You will introduce yourself as well as your title. You seem to be having 2 papers, and we are suggesting that you pick one of them and you choose one, because one seems to be a continuation of the other, so that you can only present once. Thank you.
The chairman, the participant, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again.
Okay, my name is Abbas Shaibu, a student from Department of Computer Science at the Islamic University in Uganda. I'm here to present our paper titled A Simulation-Based Evaluation of an IoT and AI simulation-based evaluation of an IoT and AI framework for optimizing energy efficiency at the Islamic University in Uganda. So here is our presentation outlines. The first one, we have the problem statement. The second, we have framework architecture. The third one, we have methodology and data set. The fourth one, we have machine learning module. The fifth one, we have result and key findings. Then the last one, we have conclusion and future work. So let me begin with the problem statement. Universities globally consume between 4 to 10% of energy, national energy. Here in IUIU, we discover 3 major challenges. The first one, we have rising electricity cost from Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, based on their time of use tariff. Then secondly, we have the second one, we depend heavily on diesel generators when the grid fails to provide for us power, which is expensive and polluting. Then the last challenge is light and heat, ventilation, air conditioning systems that they are running within the rooms, empty rooms, because we don't have any automated system to control that. So, based on this challenge, IoT and AI together offer a direct solution to all of these problems. Then we have IoT and AI framework architecture. So we have 4 layers. The first layer is data acquisition and IoT. Here is where the smart meters and sensors collect raw data. Then proceed to layer 2, which is data management and AI analytics, an AI engine where the artificial intelligence will run the data, clean it, to allow it to detect anomalies and recommend when to shift load to cheaper hours. Then we have smart control and automation. So in this is where the control, based on the prediction that the AI has made. So in this layer, this is where the action will take place. Then the fourth one is user interface, which is the dashboard where the administrators can be able to view what has happened within the layer, within the previous automation. Then we have methodology. So we have a synthetic data set. So we use synthetic data set because IUIU doesn't have deployed sensors that we can use them to collect the data from. So we decided to simulate the data, and we got 3,973 observations between October to November 2025, and we discover
14 variables across 4 categories. We have electrical data set that combine power, voltage, and current. Then second one, environmental data set. It has temperature, humidity, and light intensity. The device, where we have battery level, device ID. Then the last one, we have occupancy, which is binary indicator, which can help us to indicate which room is empty, which room is empty, which room is empty that is not occupied. Maybe there is some lighting that is there. So we validate the validation chronology. We split our data for testing, 80% for testing. No, 80% of our data went for training, then the 20% for testing. So this is our machine learning module. So here we train 2 machine learning module. We have linear regression and random forest. After we done that, we realized that the random forest is the best machine learning for energy prediction. We also have anomaly detection. The anomaly detection, we actually use a method called isolation forest for detecting the anomalies. So this anomaly, where it correctly detect anomalies with 78% precision. It detected unauthorized appliances use, equipment fault deviation, off-schedule consumption, where then the scheduling. For scheduling, we applied rules based on Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, which is peak, shoulder, and off-peak tariff period. This reduced peak load by 7 to 12%, move to 19% of flexible load to peak off-peak hours, and give up to 9% saving cost monthly on electricity bill. Then we have IoT infrastructure and scalability. How well the system perform technically. So here we have sensor uptime, where it has been, during our simulation period, during 3 months of simulation, with only 3.7% of missing data, which we handle automatically. Then we have the dashboard. The dashboard updated within 1.2 and to 3.7 seconds, which is fast enough for real-time use. Then our comparison and key contribution. So how does our work compare to other studies? The first study identified that the occupancy detection using sensors can reach 98% accuracy using random forest. This validates our choice of IoT sensing. Then the second study from Indonesia, the context that is similar to ours, achieve 10 to 15% of energy reduction. So this is our limitations and future work. So the current limitation, because we use synthetic data only, so it excludes the diesel generators, solar variability, and building specific load. second one, we did not test deep learning, which means long short-term memory is not yet evaluated. It's reserved for real longitudinal data. Then the thirdly is anomaly detection, validated only against injected anomalies, not real maintenance logs. Then the fourth one, user interface, not evaluated for usability or stakeholder acceptance. So this is our future direction. The first one, real-world sensor deployment at IUIU campus facility. The second one, longitudinal data set collection for extended temporal validation. Evaluate long short-term memory, deep learning architecture for long-time forecasting. Then the fourth one, integrate solar generation, data, and utility demand response contract. The fifth one, usability study of dashboards with IUIU facility managers. So this is our conclusion, where the random forest is the best energy predictor compared to linear regression. Then the isolation forest that we use for detecting data anomalies, also under controlled simulation. Scheduling optimization, where we optimize 7 to 12 peak load reduction that will lead us to reduction of consuming of power up to 9% monthly cost saving. Scalability confirmed framework, support campus-wide and deployment without redesign. So actually this our research, majority of the research in this field has been done in Asian countries, North America, and so thank you so much for listening. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, can we now have the questions? Question number 1.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the paper. It would really help our countries and our communities to improve electricity if it is improving in 90%. But if you look at the model, it has been using synthetic data. That means data to represent the real data. I would wonder how it would apply in our community, where someone just picks a cable from the neighbor who connected the electricity and then connect to his house and then he gains electricity. I wonder how it would apply to our Uganda, where you realize that a full day might be off grid. The model has been applied in, as you said, in America, in India, but would have to get us more information in Africa where it has been applied. If we applied such a model, I think it would help our countries, but we need to understand how is it applicable. Thank you very much.
Okay, for clarity, 2 questions identified. One of them is synthetic data. What about it? The second one is about what about other peripheral issues, such as connection without authority. I don't know what they term that one. Can you please answer those?
So here we are talking about the university. We cannot go out of the university to answer this question. Actually, the synthetic data we use, it is the only way we can use to predict on how we can mitigate this problem, to simulate this this problem. So,
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question in as far as that is concerned? Yes, Dr. Birabi.
Thank you for your presentation. You were working in buildings. And in architecture, we also talk of energy efficiency in the building, the nature of construction. I wonder whether you took this into consideration vis-a-vis the consumption of the electric gadgets in those very buildings, because some of the buildings entail consumption. You know, Africa has a problem of copying, imitating from the West, the kind of buildings there. And we come and build in the tropics, where there is plenty of free air circulation, but we envelope them, say, with glass. And they are so hot inside, simply because they look cosmetic. So I don't know whether you consider these factors. I submit.
we didn't consider that, but we are going to consider it later, sir.
Okay. Inshallah, as you progress with your studies. Thank you very much. Any other last question? Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was also a bit, I'm excited about the issue because of the shortage and the problem we have with electricity. But I have not understood the intervention. What is the intervention? Yeah, what is the model going to serve?
This model is clearly to mitigate the energy consumption within the university. So where we did simulation and we trained our module, and it reduced the consumption of power around 12 to somethings %, which when you consider our last, second to the last slide, here we said that there are no, the schedule optimization, 7 to 12% peak load reduction. So we are reducing our peak load because most of the people they are using electricity starting from like the peak hours. Let's say starting from 7 o'clock to 11 a.m. So at that time, most of the people use electricity. So we try to reduce that consumption of power at that time to off-peak hours. Maybe we can say that we realized that most of the lecture halls at that time they were empty, but there are some light and ACs that are on, which are just consuming free electricity, the power.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm grateful to now announce that the session of this afternoon is done. We are now going to wait for the session of evening that will start around 4:30. Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful having hosted you here for this session of the conference. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Housekeeping, Nasira, do you have any housekeeping information? Yes? Pardon? Evening tea, where we had lunch. Okay, thank you. Thereafter, the next session will begin. Okay? 4:30. Remember, this is a blended session. So for those who have got their online gadgets, you can log in and we continue the session online. Okay, thank you.